Um, Good morning. Good morning? Good morning. Wait. Good morning. Ha, okay, that's better. I think. Yeah, okay. Apologies. But, hello. Okay, so, for the recap, I was trying to figure out what details are important to list, because obviously I can't recap the entirety in a little message box. Because a lot of stuff has happened. A lot of stuff has happened, and we're ending off the is the music loud enough? Okay, so a lot of stuff has happened, and we are ending off. I don't know if I should click load or continue. Right, I think I said I would save that for later, and this is where we are. Okay, so yeah, we did all the moments available. One day I'll come back for these. We did all the moments available, and so a recap of the game if you are just like dropping in and don't know what's going on. Our life beginning and always. Wait, let me go back to no. So yeah, we'll go back to the menu. Yeah. So this is Cove. He's our neighbor who just moved in across the street. The main character, which in this case is my OC Ty, met him and his dad the same day. First he met his dad, and his dad was like, "Here's $20. You want to be my kid's friend?" Ty did refuse the money, but then he went and he found Cove behind his house. There's like this hill. That's where he ran to Cove at, and they became friends. And they've been friends. So yeah, then we have these. This is like game is about like the relationship over time. But yeah, so yeah, they went shopping, or they went out to the market. I was wondering, so in this one, I know that things come up later again, right? And you can play the moments in any order. So in theory, they're probably gonna try not. Well, actually, no, because when we did Sandcastle, this one was mentioned, but yeah, I wonder. What I was trying to say is, I wonder if the crab toy that was bought would come up again. But yeah, so this one, Cove and the MC go to the little town. They watch a magic show, get some dolphin balloons, shop a little bit, eat some pretzels. This one, Cove and the main character's sister get into an argument because she's very particular about how she wants the game to go. She's like, "Oh, let's play an imagination game, but by these rules." She does end up having to apologize because the MC kind of told on her. Anyway, long day. If I recall, long day is the day. It was a long day. So first, the main character in Shiloh. Shiloh is the sister's friend, but he's slightly younger. My voice is rattly today, isn't it? Shiloh and the MC get money together to go buy a sweet treat because it's really hot, and then go down to town. But Shiloh doesn't want any other treat or to pick the treat. So yeah. But then when they get back, they run into the sister. Her name is Lizzie. Lizzie and Cove. Cove is upset because there's these people who rent out one of the houses on the street every summer, but they really don't like kids, and they're just mean to him. And they go down to the hill behind the house, and they play, Sandcastle. Cove and Shiloh kind of, they have a good moment and then a bad moment. And neither of them are very happy about their interaction. But we built sandcastles. And then fireflies, we all caught fireflies before it was nighttime. And there was a race. Yeah. If you want to see those all, the VODs are officially up on my YouTube channel. Yeah. This one will be up tomorrow. Yep. I was thinking about putting up the VODs like a week later because they'll be up here on Twitch anyway, but I might just upload them like as soon as I can. Like, yeah, there was a schedule sort of, and the schedule is like me trying to catch up with all my videos. Which speaking of, well, I can say this now. Speaking of, I do have 3 videos that should be on my page, but I unpublished them because I wasn't sure I tagged them properly. But they'll be on my YouTube channel. 2 of them are already up. It's for the game Taylor Tells that I was playing on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Anyways, let's carry forth. So I know that I'll be able to change the relationship going into the next step. I don't know if it'll be at the very beginning or a little bit further in, but I bring this up because I haven't decided yet if they're gonna stay friends for now and we'll do the crush later, or if we'll just do the crush now. Yeah, I think, so I'm wondering how quickly in I have to decide that. I don't know. I haven't seen the start of step 2, I don't think. Like, again, or maybe I have. Again, I've seen bits and pieces of some of this. Like, I think I vaguely saw part of this one. And I've seen a little bit of this one, and this one. But, I don't have them. But yeah, so I don't fully know. Like, a lot of this game is me discovering things, even if I'm vaguely aware of it. But yeah, let's carry forth. Carry forth. Is that even the same? Anyways, let's carry on. Move on to the next step. Are you sure? Yes. Yes, I am sure. I can't do anything else right now. Oh, I forgot their voices. It's been a whole week. I don't remember their voices. Oh, I'll just try. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. See, I think those voices are getting too similar. I don't know what their voices are. Oh, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. He looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Ugh.
Mom, summer's almost over. Wait. Okay, sorry. I had to make sure my mic was on because last time I forgot to turn it on for like a whole hour. I just wanted to check that. Sorry. I had to be sure. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you planned on going home. Oh my gosh, I can read. Oh, he's not here. Time to get home. I struggle a little bit sometimes with comprehending. So right now I'm looking at this is, and I'm like, I'm trying to read the tone of it with the is being the emphasis on is. Because they're like, we can't stay here all night. So he's like, it's summer's almost over. So it's like, it is almost over. It is. I can't comprehend. We'll do this one. Ask, please, can we just stay a bit longer? Cause, yeah, I can't comprehend. Oh no, my comprehension skills. Mom looked down at you with a sigh. You clasped your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with the very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that it would add something to the argument. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. It also says yes, Mom. It's twice. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a noncommittal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? I can read. Don't I get a say in this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Let's see. Okay. So, it's getting late. I don't think he's going to ask if he gets a say in it. I think it's between one of these two for Ty. Like, either he's quietly thinking about what he wants to do, or he's going to... I don't know if he's going to remind her that they probably can't go too far. So you silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. First option in part 2, and I'm already hesitating. Oh, I guess right here is where I was looking at. Well, anyways, now that page looks messy. I want to start at 10. Yes, I have too many saves. Too many saves, but that's okay. I'm indecisive. Okay, so it's not like his own plan, but tell her I can't go too far. Because I feel like if he doesn't say it now, he's not going to get a chance to say it later, but the sun is setting, so they probably can't go too far. I just saved and everything, and I'm still like, okay. We're going to make our own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. If I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Yeah, she's doing planning, so we're gonna... Alright. Yeah, she's going to her room to start planning for tomorrow. But we asked to stay and play a little longer. So, the options, I didn't even read them. You followed Lizzie, you stayed with Cove. So we will be staying with Cove. Because like I said, Lizzie's going off to plan. Ty's not going to interrupt that. Ty's going to stay with his friend over here. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock, and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. I'm deciding how Cove's throw went. That's interesting. That's funny. Well, I feel like going with this one. I don't know. That was pretty neat. Sounds like something Ty would say. So we're gonna go with it was a good toss. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. You can't skip rocks into the ocean. What are you doing? You looked for your own rock. Let's see. Is Ty gonna look for his own rock, or is he going to ask what Cove's up to? I think he's more likely to ask. Like, I think he would join if there was other rocks there, but I think he's going to start up a conversation. I think.
Nothing.
You tilted your head, wondering over the sudden pensive look on his face. Just thinking. About what? Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. The options here are, when did you get it off and how'd you get it? Which I think I've established Ty is not very much of a pariah. Like, he doesn't, I mean, I guess these questions are decent, but I think he's first gonna ask, I don't know if you can even choose, learn one of the, I can talk. I can speak. I think I don't know if either of these are, if these are both askable. They're both pretty decent questions, but I think he would first ask, when do you get it off? Like, even if he gets to ask both these questions. I know in some games you can, like, both things you can ask, and it depends on what order you choose. I don't know if that's, like, gonna be a possibility, if you'll be able to ask how it happened if you don't ask it here, but I do think Ty would first ask this to kind of gauge how much you can't talk about it, partially, but also because it's more directly related to how Cove is currently thinking and feeling, like he wants to cast off. So it's like, oh, when can you get it off? You know, does that make sense? Yeah, I think that makes sense. So when do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a while away. You didn't think a few weeks was that bad. Okay, now this is the difficult question. The difficult response. Because, like, a few weeks... Okay, because this sounds like it's going for the cheering up, so you might go with that one. This one is like the relating, like, yeah, I get you. So, not very long is more like, oh, don't worry, it's not too much longer. And then that is a while away is more like, oh yeah, I understand your pain. Excuse me, sorry. I get it, I get you. And then you didn't think a few weeks was that bad. It's very silent, like you're not responding to it. You're just thinking, and that's not. So we can cross this one off. Well, I do think Ty might think, oh, okay, that's not too bad. I don't think he's gonna just gonna think it. He's gonna try to respond either way. But I don't know which one he would go for. Cause you see, part of his answers are like, this is like more of a glass half full type of person probably, and this is maybe. Well, okay, if I think about my other characters, Kia would say this. I think Leilani would also say this. Miles would probably say this. Ryan is up in the air. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I have a bad habit of right-clicking by accident. That's the right? Yeah, right-clicking. Ryan and Ty I'm unsure about. Paisley a little bit too. Like, I think Paisley would think this, but might say this to try to be, like, cheerful. But then again, Paisley's kind of direct. So, I don't know. She might be like, oh, you know, it's not very long. Don't mope about it. It's good. But Ryan, Ty. Oh, I get stuck on the simplest of questions. Okay, hang on. We're gonna flip a coin. We're gonna do the coin flip. I remember how the coin flip goes. You flip a coin. You have to decide which is which first. So I'm just gonna do top is heads, bottom is tails. You can't see my coin flip. because I don't have it on my desktop screen. I have it on our life. But anyways, flip a coin. Heads will be the first one. And if I don't like the answer, then I know which one to choose. Okay, it says, coin says to do this one. I saved already, right? Yeah, I saved. I might change my mind later. I guess we'll do this one. He hoped the upcoming weeks flew by for Cove. It was clear how badly he wanted it off. Cove let out a puff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. He sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school, all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Because the options are, do you hate it here? This can be your home, and it'll be alright. Yeah, first thing to do is save. Okay, first thing to do is save. Okay, so let's see. Oof. I gotta think about like what Ty would do in this situation, cause this didn't happen in my script. As I've kind of mentioned, Cove is kind of similar to one of my other characters that Ty does befriend and stuff. But that character doesn't open up much, and that's his part of his thing. He doesn't talk to people about things. Ty's just pretty decent at anticipating. They're like reading the mood. So then it comes to like, this is like, okay, so what? So if I remember the tones of what these mean, sometimes, not always, but sometimes, the colors indicate direct. It was direct / something. Reactive. Non-committal is the way I feel like is the best way to describe it. I can't remember the exact words. I'm no longer on the tutorial. But this is a tough thing to say. It's like I can see him saying any of these, and that's the hard part. That is the hard part about this. It's like, yeah, okay, so what is he, okay, so this question brings in the, like, letting Cove explain his thoughts more. It just kind of almost feels the most loaded. Like, it could almost be, oh, see that now it's like, is this my thinking or is Ty thinking? Because I mean, me and Ty, I give my characters little bits and pieces of myself. This can be your own. Like, while it's like comforting, it also kind of feels like it could come off as like kind of like, I don't know, like, this one also could be like, oh, this one feels a little too distant, you know? Okay. I can't make decisions. Do you hate it? Okay, let me think about other characters. Ryan would say this. Ryan is a this can be your home type of person. Leilani, I think, would say, do you hate it here? I think Sabrina is either it'll be alright or do you hate it here, because Sabrina is comforting, but she also tries to give people like the place to explain and speak, but she also sometimes is just like, I said what they said. Okay. And then see, Paisley, Ty, and Miles are all the harder ones. Like, which ones would they say? Okay. Paisley. I think, okay. Okay, so Ty's what I have to decide for. The coin said I should do this one, but I hesitated, so maybe I should do this one. But I already saved. Okay, you know what? I saved. If I don't like the way that it goes, then I'll just come back. That's what I'll tell myself. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. We'll see. I know I got stuck on this for a couple minutes. I haven't even gotten to the part that I was like really anticipating to get stuck on yet. Okay. Of course, Leilani and Ryan fall between the Leilani, Ryan. They are the besties, but they are very different. Let's try this one. Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. He felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course, I don't know. Yeah, Ty's gonna say of course. Because in his head, he's certain of it. Because right now, there's no plans to ever leave. Yeah, so Ty's, I'm gonna say of course. Exactly, your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled and looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove. He saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember, a long time ago, when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. Wait. Okay. My brain was like, wait, what are we responding to? So I had to come back and check the history real quick. I don't know why. You know, sometimes things, I think I struggled too much to read that sentence that I forgot what it was. Okay, so he held his hand. I can. I'll make sure you do. And this is on because Cove's mentioned getting used to everything and that he can't see it. Like, it'd be okay if he does really feel better after all that, but currently he can't see it. Okay. I think for Ty specifically, I think he's between I'll make sure you do and holding Cove's hand. Or maybe he could be an I can. Well, great. Okay. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll do a little battle bracket. I'll do between these two, and I'll go flip a coin and see which one wins. And then I'll do between the winner and this one. Or maybe, yeah, and then I'll see which one I like, if I like any of the options. Because, I don't know, a little stuck here. A little stuck. It says, okay, and then what? I don't know. Oh, wait, let me do one more. Okay, the coin flip thinks I should say this one. The coin flip thinks that's what I should say, but I don't know if I believe in the coin. And maybe that's just because yesterday I tried to figure out what I would do about the relationship thing, and it just said no for every question I asked, and I was like, well, that's unhelpful. Okay. If I suss this out with my other characters, Paisley would say this, because it's not that she's not comforting, but I think, well, I don't know, all of these are comforting in its own right? It's the method of it, right? I think Paisley would definitely say this. I think Miles would do this. I think Leilani would say this. I think Sabrina is between these two. I think Kia is between these two. I think Ryan's most also likely to be this one, maybe that one. Oh wow. Too many characters are on this one, so I guess I won't choose this one. My coin flip said I should do this one, but I'm hesitating so much that I think I should click on this one. But then I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be a long playthrough if I get stuck on every option. But I got to get off at like noon. Oh, make sure you do. You got his hand. Make sure you do. You have his hand. Sure you do. His hair. Because the thing is, okay, so the thing about Ty is that the reason I think I'm hesitating on this one for Ty is that I don't think Ty, I think Ty's more likely to say this than this, because this is like, Ty's less direct. You know, which I know this isn't like direct, but like Ty in his comforting is like plant seeds or throw some water on the garden. I don't know, but it's not in a way where you full on see the product, you know? So that's why I think I have to lean towards one of these two for Ty. And I can see him doing both. I just had to have, I think I have too many characters that are like this. Going through like, I think Miles is not a guy of a lot of words sometimes. Not all the times, but sometimes. And he's very like comforting, but so I know Miles would be here. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna do one more coin flip between these two, and then I'll go with whatever the coin says. And then we can move forward because, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm getting stuck on this one. This one. It's not even like any of the options are bad. Okay, the coin flip says I should do, this one. But is that, I can't see it. Things changing is hard. I did save. Wrong button. I did save. So if I don't like it, I can just change it. Cove gave you a dubious look and then a very slow nod. His eyes went a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to be again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here that Cove... Nope, I added in a word. There are so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own.
Ty.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, he said thanks too. Oh my gosh.
Ty. Thanks.
I wasn't expecting both. I was like, yeah, I read it. And I said both, and I was like, what? So I had to let it go properly without me interrupting it. It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. In between. Okay, well, let's see. This is page 1. Oh, right. Okay, so by this point, Ty gets his hair locked. Locks 1. What does locks 2 look like? Is there locks 2? Yeah, Ty gets his hair locked. In my story, there's reasons for it that actually don't appear in the main story, but he gets it locked. Like his mom. Does he have short locks? Is there a short locks here? There's locks 1. But I don't know how much hair he actually has. So maybe he should start with short locks and they'll get longer. Because he does have pretty long locks in, or like shoulder length locks in high school. Oh, those ones are really long. Okay, so let's see. Maybe he'll have the short locks, and then later on he'll have locks 1, and then locks 1. Yeah. So scars kind of heal over time, don't they? But like, I feel like I don't know how to make it look faded, right? Because like sometimes scars, I forgot about these. Sometimes scars like go like, he has a scar. There wasn't a lot of scar options, so I wasn't sure which one to use, but he does have a scar. See if I just click it off and it's gone. Maybe I should have done that one in the first place. I'll just leave it. He doesn't have sure. Glasses none. Earrings. Does he wear earrings? Oh, I didn't know there was like a, I don't remember this one. Wait, thin lips, thick lips. You can't really see here, but I'm going to go ahead and put them on thick. Why not? Earrings 2, earrings 3, earrings 4, earrings 5. Oh, cool. You can have like the one little earring. Sure, let's give Ty. Should he have an allergy? Sorry. Okay, so I say what I meant by that is that I don't know if it's all of us. I know at least my sister, but I think, okay, at this point, he doesn't, I'm trying to stick to, in my head, Ty's story, even if, yeah. Oh, braces. Does he have braces? Did he ever have braces? Did he have braces in middle school? I'm always so tempted to just make everyone have braces, cause braces. I had braces in high school. I liked being able to like, I have braces. I'm a little weird. I was like, yeah, I kind of like, I just kind of liked them. I like having them. It's not weird to like your braces. But, yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, anyways, there's reasons for this, that Ty will wear more later on. Wait, how does this work? 12. They're going to 12, right? And then they'll be 16? Is that how the age goes? I think that's how the age goes. Oh, you can even change the name, right? Because yeah, you can change the voice name too. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, he looks cool. He looks cool. He's giving Ty to me. That's good. Did he have braces? I don't know. I don't know if Ty had braces in middle school. I didn't think about that. I haven't thought about that. I think all this is fine. Wait, I want to see something. Hair color, front color. What colors are here? Purple is here. Okay, I just need to know that. I just need to know. For reasons of reasons. Anyways, we'll go with this. I didn't change much. I'm more nervous about the next part that I have to do, because that's the part that's confuzzling. See this. Do I move it up or do I not move it up? Because in my story, it's not like, but I won't be able to change. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, I think I did have some decent moments that I could probably shape it. Okay. Okay. One thing I want to know. I think I don't know, so it's gonna like be a little rough playing through, and I'll just fix it when I do another playthrough when I can get the DLCs probably. But I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm sorry. Say 3 times. I'm gonna keep calling it that. That was my alarm. I had to turn it off real quick. It's funny because I put my phone on do not disturb mode, but it's still alarms. You can still hear the alarms. But anyway, what I was about to say is that I might move it up, but I don't know, because we didn't tell Cove yet, but I do think that as much as Ty can keep a secret and doesn't mind not saying things he doesn't think is important, not important, but like things that aren't gonna make the person feel better. He's like, well, if that's not information that's gonna make them feel better, why do they need to know it right now? But I do think that he wouldn't pursue a relationship without telling first. Like, not full on, like not getting together full on, like but I don't know where all the points where you can tell are in the story. I saw, and this is like a spoiler if you haven't played this game before, a little bit, but you probably are aware this is, can be a romance. And yeah, there is a wedding DLC. And I saw that there's a possibility not to tell, and then he finds out at the wedding, which is funny. The way it was funny. It was like, wow. But yeah. So I saw the screenshots. I saw some of the screenshots from their gameplay. But yeah, I guess I'll move it up because I don't see why not. Like, 12-year-olds can have crushes. And did I explain the earring thing when I said allergy? I don't know if it's all of us, but like we have to get like pure like 24. No, does it have to be 24? But anyways, like gold earrings. That have to be the real gold earrings. I think it was. We have to know. I'm trying to remember. There's hypoallergenic earrings. So we have to get hypoallergenic earrings because other earrings irritate our ears. I'm pretty sure they were gold though, weren't they? I'm not looking them up. It's been a while since I wore earrings. I haven't worn earrings in a while. But if they're metal earrings, I think they have to be a very specific type of earring. Anyways, I'll go with this because it's not like. This is my problem. This is my problem when making characters. Most of my characters, I don't really consider their romance, like their whole romance lineup, because I don't really consider that in my day-to-day life. Like, obviously there's romances set up in my stories. And Hai is someone who has a romance in my story. So I should just... See, what I was literally going to do was just go doop, doop, doop. But then they met, and I was like, oh, there's no way Ty feels indifferent. There was no way after that meeting Ty would feel indifferent. Some people maybe, but not Ty. So I had to do this. But now I'm all stuck because filling out romance stuff is so hard. So it's like, it comes to the questions, and I do stuff like, it's like, my questions is like, how often does he feel romantic attraction? Who was his first crush? If this was Ryan, I know exactly when Ryan's first crush and all that stuff was. I have Ryan's whole, but that's like the thing about Ryan is that it's a part of his character. It's very important to his character, so I know all that stuff. For Ty, I'm vaguely like, yeah, he probably had at least a flirtationship before at some point. You know, it's like, it's not always that easy for some people when I'm thinking about it. But, you know, let's go forth with this. And maybe these next 2 steps will stay here. Because like I said, he's not going to pursue if he hasn't told, but he might. So it might bring up some inner turmoil. Should I bring this to nervous then? Look at me. Wow, I am a mess. Okay, we'll just leave it at this. Or should I move it down to this and then back up? I don't remember the exact explanation. I don't remember. Okay, we'll just leave it at relaxed. Yeah, we'll just leave it at relaxed. Ty's a pretty chill dude. See, and that's like the thing, right? You can't change it again until step 3, and you can't go down. So once I do this, it's like official. It's gonna stay as crush unless it moves up to love, but it'll probably stay as crush in step 3, which is why, like, should I just leave it as fond for now and then move it up when they're high schoolers? But begin step 2 at relaxed crush. You won't be able to change it again until step 3. Should it be nervous? Oh my gosh, I can't remember what those mean. Wait, does anyone? Hang on. My handy dandy Google comfort levels beginnings. I can spell. You can't see me. I can definitely spell. I'm spelling so good right now that you don't even have to like worry about it. Okay. What is this? So this one just explains the difference between relaxed and direct. Oh, okay. So on their Tumblr, the GB Patch Tumblr, I found that when I googled this. Someone had asked the difference between relaxed and direct, which doesn't say anything about nervous, but it's asking about between relaxed and direct. So relaxed is laid back, pleasant, comfortable, talking to let me start over. Relaxed is laid back, pleasant, comfortable talking to people, but still pretty polite / considerate. Direct is blunt, forward, extra confident, unconcerned with being polite or how people might react to what they say. Okay, so then examples like, so relaxed indifference is distance from cove, but still respectful. Direct indifference would come across a bit meaner, just not even bothering to pretend like they have any desire to be around him. Okay, so that's like an example. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, it's just how they then on another one, someone asked about the different I can't talk. Oh my gosh, the difference. It's so quiet. Nervous, relaxed, and direct determine how the MC tends to talk to people when there isn't a choice to determine what they say that is. Okay, so these comfort levels define how the main character talks in general. Direct is bold, blunt, straight to the point, more teasing, can be rude, and can get mad, etc. Relaxed is laid back, low-key, considerate of others with how they say things, fun / lighthearted, but not in your face about it, tends to not get bothered by things, etc. Nervous is shy, polite, unsure of themselves, quieter, never wants to upset anyone, kind, more easily upbeat. Nope, I can't read. Yeah, don't. More easily upset by bad things happening. Blushes more often, etc. Really glad you like. Oh, sorry, I kept reading because there's a response to a comment. But yeah. So that tells me a lot. That told me a lot. I'm glad I looked that up. I'll leave him at relaxed. It's funny because like Miles and Leilani are both of these, I think, oftentimes. Like, I'll have to decide where in their lives they're which one, I guess. Because, like, I think they're both of these. And it's not always intentional. Like, I think that. So, let me side railing right now. So, for Leilani, she's a shy person, but she also just doesn't, like, fully. She's not good at reading rooms and emotions all the time. Like talking to people makes her nervous sometimes, but also sometimes she's just like, okay, and like when it comes to like reacting to things. And then for Miles, he's had not the greatest time with people. So he comes off very like, so he's grown to be very rude in a sense, but also he can be like, I don't know what else. When he likes a person, I think he's more likely to be a bit nervous, but also when he like has a crush on a person, he's kind of both of these because he's both clumsier and a little more hostile when he has a crush on a person. Yeah, that's Miles for you. But anyways, we're not playing as Miles and we're not playing as Leilani. So I don't have to pick between those two. Ty's gonna stay here because I think that really does fit how he does things. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anyways, carrying forth. I don't know why I say carry forth. I feel like I'm like almost referencing something or quoting something, but I don't know. I think we'll just move forward because I was always planning on changing the steps. Except for I probably will let this one sit a little bit longer than it'll probably be 2 steps worth. Yeah, I know. I took a side route and then didn't change anything. Customization. Oh wait, it's code customization. See, code customization. I forgot this was a part. Yeah, I already did the customization. I'm so funny. Okay, choose to customize code yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Wait. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't understand. I gotta reread it. Choose to customize code yourself or let his prior experience determine it. So there's customizing his appearance, customizing his personality, customizing both, or customizing neither. Is that what this is saying? I think we'll customize none and see what we get, you know? I don't really know what he could look like in this stage of his life. I should, but I don't remember. Yeah, okay. I think we'll do neither and we'll just see how he comes out. You know? Like let's find out. Let's be surprised. Watch me be like, dang. No, I'm kidding. Okay. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Co felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like Oh my gosh. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Okay, sorry. Achievement unlocked. Oh my gosh, let me start over. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying, oh my god, I can read, guys. I just sometimes combine words when I'm looking at them. I'm sure everyone does that. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes, Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. I thought they were 12. They're 13. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. Yeah, 13 as a teen. That's a debate, right? It's the debate. The toys and crayons that used to litter everywhere, every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. Wait, was height there? Wait. Height wasn't an option, was it? On the character customization? I didn't save on the character customization. Oh well, I'll find out later. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks. But nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they never got any better. Even if they had never got any better. That reminds me, I saw someone did a graph. I don't remember where I saw this. Someone did a graph that was like grief, and it was like this circle. And it was like what people think it is, and that the circle got smaller, but really, because it was like circle inside of your life. So like grief and life are circles. Grief was a circle inside of life. And it was like, people think what it is that expect it to be is that grief gets smaller, like that circle gets smaller, but actually it's that the life circle gets bigger. I don't know, that's really stuck with me. So yeah, that's some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never got any better. And that's what it reminded me of, because it's not that it's smaller, as this post-graph person whatever said, that it's just that life gets bigger, so that you have more things. I can't explain things. Oh my gosh. Okay, well anyways, yeah, that was sad in its own way. Oh yeah. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. I'm sorry, am I too loud? I was thinking about when I go back and watch these. I just think I just don't like hearing my voice, but I was like, oh, am I too loud? I don't know. Anyway, carrying forth. Ma dyed her hair purple. Oh my gosh, that is just like Ty's actual mom. It is though, and that's why Ty later dyes his hair purple, because his mom had dyed her hair purple and other stuff. But yeah, he dyes his hair purple like his mom. So that's funny. That's funny to me that lined up. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. What's really funny is that I didn't really grow out of doing that as I grew up. It was always mommy for me. It's like, yeah. And then like at some point it got to like mom/mommy. Like if I was talking about her, I would probably more like say mom, but to her. Yeah. I know. It's interesting that like it changes for some people and doesn't for others, and like the different like phrases you can be using. Yeah. Anyways, Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Yeah, isn't it kind of weird that when you look at numbers from different spots, like they're very, like they can feel closer together or further together even if they're the same number difference? Like for example, like these two. But like if you think about it, like 28 and 32 aren't that far apart. It doesn't feel that far to me. But 16 and 20, that is so far apart. Like, what? That is so far apart. You know what I mean? That's really far. Numbers, man. The difference. That's the difference. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad's his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seems Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Oh my gosh. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside, away from its harsh rays. What time is it? Sorry, I wanted to check the time because, like I said, I do have to get off at noon, but it's not noon. It's not noon at all. I don't know. I gotta. Okay. Sorry, that was annoying. Yeah, okay, I read that sentence. To be more specific, you were. Okay. You snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in. Wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. Ty. What is Ty about to do? I think Ty might be snuggled up in bed. There's two types of people. And there is. I think, like, for example, like, this is Ty, this is Paisley. This is Miles. This is Ryan. It's two types of people. I don't know for Leilani because she might be wide awake, but I don't think she's going anywhere. That's why I hesitate. So I guess she'll probably be this one. And Kia will probably be this one. Sabrina's probably this one. See, there's two types of people in the world. Anyways, yeah, Ty I think is probably still in bed. He's vibing. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up and over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. And you're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. Okay, so Ty has a sister. It's his younger sister though. Like in my story. This is his older sister. So it's like interesting to think about how he might be different with an older sister than a younger sister. I do think he's either gonna pretend, like, Ty's kind of goofy to when he can be. So he's either gonna pretend to still be asleep, just to be like, I'm sleeping because he's staying in. He's going to start fake snoring as a joke. But I don't know if she'll take it very funny. She seems like she's a little upsetty spaghetti. You know? It's very short patience. But, maybe he still would do it. Siblings. Or I might say morning. I don't think he's going to just get up. I don't think he's going to tell her to go away. So, first choice of the day. We're going to page 11. And I'll try not to go past page 11. Because 12 is where I said I would come back for the DLC. Yep. So here we go. We're gonna save here, but I probably will save over it later. We're gonna do this one. I'm gonna click on them and then I'll decide which one. Okay. I still didn't decide. Wow. I was like, yeah, maybe I'll get the first line of each of them. I'll know which one I want to do. And then I was like, I think I've narrowed it to now these two, pretending to still be asleep or morning. I think we're going to go morning, dot, dot, dot. Morning. Now get up. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. Be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. Come down already. Okay, fine. I think, okay, so I'm trying to think about Ty as a person, but like if it was, because the thing is that this is his sister, you know, so interacting with your sister can be a little different than interacting with a friend. I think he's between one of these two. I think if the exclamation point wasn't there, I'd go with that one. Because I don't think he's just shouting anything. I think he's still a little bit like, planning on laying down. I can come. I'm coming. Okay, we'll go with okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Oh, this is where we decide the height. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went right over. Nope. Yeah, went. Bleh, bleh, bleh. The more I make sounds, the funnier it is to myself. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. Your average height. There was a whole lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. Okay, Ty is a decent height. It's kind of hard to say because I know that he's taller than Miles. He's around the same height as Ryan. And I think, but it's like I've been considering them in what's that comparison word? Juxtaposed, no, like next to, in relation to. I've been considering them in relation to Miles' height. But that's also in high school. So I'm assuming I'll be able to I think I'll be able to say how tall he is again. So he's probably, maybe I'll just say average height, or should I just say he's pretty tall? Because, like I said, I know he's taller. I don't know exactly Miles' height right now because I've gone back and forth. Because I know 5.5 is kind of considered short for a guy. So he's somewhere between there to 5 feet, and then they're like, automatically taller than that, which is probably considered tall. But again, that's high school. It's like, was he always that tall? I think in high school he's probably pretty tall, but maybe right now he's average height. I saw awkward ghost tall, isn't he? Okay, well, I guess I'll go average height for now, and I'm assuming I'll be able to change that later. Like in the next step, I could say that he's pretty tall. That makes sense to me. Because height changes all the time. Well, yeah, because he's 13. He's 13. Look at me getting stuck on every decision. It's like, it's character building, you know? It's character building. You gotta consider your character very much when you do these things. So, it's a 13-year-old. We'll say it's average. We'll say it's average height. I suppose he's average height. Let's see, maybe I should just go with pretty tall because I'm tempted to. But no, I don't. We'll say he's average height. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short. And you were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious over it. I don't think he's self-conscious about it. I don't think Ty thinks about his height very much, period. So it's like hard to say. You weren't sure how to feel about it, or you liked your height. I don't think he like. I'll say you weren't sure how to feel about it. I don't think he's like, things kept changing with the height you actually had, and what the impression of that height was based on your age. It was confusing. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Ty. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes, despite being a typical size for your own age. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge. You pushed her hand back and laughed. You pushed her hand back and groaned. Okay. He's gonna let her pat. Yeah, Ty's a little goofy. I haven't gotten a lot of laughing Ty. But let's see. He might. I guess he'll push her hand back. Okay. Let her do it. I'll push her hand back and laughed. Yeah, we'll do that one. Ma could be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today. You know that. Life isn't a race. Morning. I was going to stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? Ty says sorry a lot, so whenever I see sorry, I'm like, maybe I should go with that one. Let me consider the other ones, but I think he's gonna say sorry about the wait, because Ty says sorry a lot. Yep. Oh, there's no need for that. What matters is that you're here now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway, as the long strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead, it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing in there for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove, and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened, and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Sorry. Water. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flicked enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I like his hair. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Yeah, I'm laughing because of my story. In my story, I haven't even read the options yet. Let me read the options real quick. Thank you. Thanks. You are too cute sometimes. And it's tempting. It's tempting because of the way that I know Ty is. Again, I don't know much about 13-year-old Ty. And also, I did say that I think he's gonna hesitate to an extent because of the thing. But I also, it's a little bit in front of his mom's. I think he's less likely to do that in front of people. If this was Ryan though, Ryan's direct. Ryan is very direct. And still there's a character who he misunderstands. So we're just gonna say thanks, because Ty's chill. Yeah, we're gonna say thanks. Could you tell your dad we like the gift? Yeah. I don't know. I should have stayed with Fawn because I get shy really quickly. It's okay. It's okay. I'll get better at it as I play more games. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Excuse me. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. You didn't like him. He was great. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. I think I tend to default to this when I play these types of games. I had to consider it. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't like Mr. Holden. I might find him funny. Okay. Sorry, I was just making sounds again. Sometimes I gotta have thinking sounds. And I guess my thinking sounds should just be what I'm thinking. But I don't really think I was thinking much. Okay, so let's see. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was great. We'll just say he was great. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, he didn't mind them, and liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. I don't know who's saying it. You shared a confused look with Cove as one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. They hang out. Sorry, I didn't read these options yet. I was already deciding. I just kind of read the one sentence and then the words here, and I was like, okay. But you're happy at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of him. You were displeased at the sight of him. We're gonna be happy to see him. I know a little bit about Derek. I know bits and pieces about Derek. But yeah. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Ty's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Look, he's also got a bracelet now. I realize I have no idea what Cope different appearances could even be. Maybe I should have looked at them and then rewinded and then clicked neither, so I could just get a vague idea of what our options were. Oh well, I like his hair. That's the important part. I read that. Sorry. Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Sure, we can share. I haven't tried any yet. It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe you can have some later. Okay, so Ty's a little bit people pleasery, but only for people he likes. Only if you're his friend, you know. Then you get his a little bit of his people pleasing, but he also kind of picks on his friends. So it's a double-edged sword there. But anyways, I think he does want to keep in mind that it is like for his whole family, so they haven't all like had any yet. So we'll say maybe you can have some later, because that way it's not a no, but also it's like hey, my family hasn't had any yet. You know, so like it's like oh, maybe later. It's a little bit non-committal, but also like not a no, but also not a yes. So yeah, that's what we're going with. Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by your words bouncing on the heel of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Maybe he should have said, it's my family, I can't. It's okay, we'll go. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair and glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well. Now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. And last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach. As a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. Excuse me. He shuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. "Hey guy, over here!" The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Ty. Sorry. I'm Derek. That's Tyrone and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah. So, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too. When he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much, and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Okay. So this is a little roughy toughy. He's been very unpleasant in the moments that they met. He's been rude to his friends. But also, like I said, Ty knee-jerk reaction to say sorry. Even if he doesn't, and sometimes even if he doesn't actually mean sorry, like he'll say sorry genuinely, but also say sorry sarcastically. Sorry is just like, you know how like on Tumblr, there's like the featured tags, and it's like the things that have come up a lot. Sorry is one of his featured tags. So because like Ty tries to stay mindful, and he tries to be polite when he talks to people, and but he also he's also very, very easy to be like, oh yeah, I don't like that person. If they're an unpleasant person, then they're an unpleasant person, So I think we'll just say sorry for now, because it's like, okay, well, he's upset because he's being forced to do something, Maybe it'll calm him down a little bit if we just like empathize with him, you know, like that kind of mindset. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. As if that does anything. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jerry must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Okay, I'm leaning towards what? No, and apologize because Ty cares about his people, you know? But I don't think there'll be a chance to talk to him on the side and do it. And it's not like it's super, super public. And also it's about the direct insult, like a direct. So I think he's going to be like, no, look, no, we're not doing that right here. We're not doing that. Yeah, hold up. I don't think that's gonna change too much, so we'll just keep saying saving here. Yeah, I think Ty likes Cove's eyebrows. I like Cove's eyebrows, but I think Ty also likes Cove's eyebrows anyway. Look at them. They are cool. So, you know, it's like a cool apologize. I think because this is more like defending in the like complimentary sense, and this is like defending in the I'll handle the like okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the I think I know which one I'm gonna choose. The coin flip said I should choose this one. I just saved, so I can always go back if I'm of course I'm curious about both, but we'll try. Well, I'm sorry. It's so indecisive. Okay, I gotta think. What? Okay, I'll go with this one because they're periods. I can't imagine Ty shouting much. So we'll try this one. Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
Ugh. Guys. Sorry. I don't even want to. He's so mean. Okay. I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. You just rolled your eyes. You crossed your arms over your chest. You shook your head. You patted Cove on the shoulder. You lunged towards Jeremy. You grinned at all this. Okay. Ty's... No. See, I think Ty's someone who wants to fight people, but also tries not to, you know? If that makes any sense. Like, I'm trying to think of a situation where, like, this is like a decent situation where he like, it's very tempting. It's very tempting, but I think that's more of a Paisley move. And Ty and Paisley are kind of different because I think Ty is more, while Paisley's like, like, does that make sense? Anyways, I think I'm gonna now have to play this game as Paisley at some point because I think she's going to do that. I think she's going to fight this kid. But they're both also in a way kind of that one Thomas Sanders Vine where it's like the one where he's like making fun of his friend's hat, and then someone like makes fun of it walking by, and he's like, don't do. Yeah. So I'll try this one. You're getting really tired of this. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's word in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah, wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and shulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy, Jeremy, was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Ty is somewhat responsible, and that's been established in my world. He does love his family. Is he gonna be responsible enough to not with the fruit? They did have a rough time right now. What will happen if he okay, let me see. What does the coin say? I dropped my mouse. The coin says that he should save it. So we'll click on that one, and if I don't like the outcome, we can blame the coin. Or I guess I can also rewind, but we'll see. I'm trying to be a little bit more committed, but I need to save it.
Okay.
He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruit, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it is a gift for the Jones family, after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remembered the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Chomping. Okay, I had to reread it. I was like, did I read that right? Because I clicked so fast. I was like, did I read it? Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think they taste better when they're shaped like stars? Ty's a film major. But he's also kind of jokey. So I think we'll go with this one. This one, it's funny because, you know, you gotta have different dynamics with people. So, like, I think this one is a good friend response in general. If this was Ryan's list in particular, you might say this. He picks on Ryan the most, but they all kind of do. I don't know if I've said this before, but, like, the friend group in my series, it's like, if you look at it from Ryan's perspective, it looks like he's the nice guy, like the nice person in a group of mean people because they kind of, like, pick on him. But, like, in a friendly way. Like, he's in a way that's, like, not like they're like, awful to him. Just, like, they'll tease him in, like, little jabs. But if you look at it from Miles' perspective, it might look like a group of, like, nice people and he's the mean one. And that's the fun part about their friend group. But anyways, I think we're going with, do you think they taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. See, that's the kind of response that Ty wants out of a conversation. People laughing. Not everything, but it probably helps. Derek didn't say anything further, about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Hey, Ty. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. That was pretty cool, what you said back at that guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in, while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I don't know what his parents say, but it's good at least somebody's around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. No. I'm not sure. Are you? How's someone supposed to be ready for a break? You know, like I said, Ty's less direct, which is really funny, so I don't feel like he would say either of these. I mean, like, he might say yeah in some cases. I think he's more likely to say one of these two, where he responds to the question, like, with another question, but, like, I think we'll go, are you? Well, it feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Ty? You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's here. It's fine, and right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown.
Okay.
All right, looks good. But if all you're going to do is sit around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned tauntingly, slyly glancing at Cove, who sat right beside you. Even if you are the one person who counts the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything. Yet. Oh no. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Well, he's gonna run off with his friends. Cause you gotta go with it. You gotta go with it. Sometimes you just gotta go with the flow. It was the escape plan. You don't ruin the escape plan. I think that's like a mission. Like in a movie. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory! My moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Yeah, he's gonna go. Ty can just go with the tides, like so. He's not gonna be a party pooper. I mean, I don't know why I'm stuck on this one. I don't know. Like, it's between these two, but I don't quite, yeah, for now at least. Victory. Yeah, they can just like celebrate a bit. I am curious what the other things were. I should have looked at that. I should have looked at that. Because now I'm curious. Now I'm curious how different he could have looked. I don't know. Anyway. Wrong window. We'll just celebrate. You threw your arms up in celebration. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of a talking to for running off with the gift. Twice even. Twice, even though you haven't had any of it. I thought I heard something. Okay. Twice, even though you haven't had any. But Elizabeth was also asked to be a bit more patient in the future. In the end, the four of you had split the bouquet and the event was fully resolved. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin, Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. Now you hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this one. I have to think about, I don't have a lot of major characters in my story, but I have to think about like which ones, if Ty was like friends with, you know, cause like not everyone is friends at the same time all the time, but Ty has no problem with that. So yeah, it's this one, cause of my cast, even if I go back to my first script, there's like four? Leilani, Kia, Paisley, Sabrina. Sabrina's super minor in that one. But then there's Miles, Ty, Ryan. Oh, well anyways, when I have the layout like that, right? Ty is friends with Leilani, Ty's friends with Kia, Ty's friends with Sabrina. The only reason Ty's not friends with Paisley is because Paisley doesn't want to be his friend. But yeah, I didn't need to go into too much detail, but yeah. Even though you weren't a girl, you befriended them pretty well. Oh. Yeah, Ty. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. You didn't have many non-girlfriends. Well, my cast is kind of small. As you can see, that only leaves Miles and Ryan, but I don't think he has any problem with it. Like Ty, like the thing is, it's not the gender part; it's the number of friends. I don't think he has a lot of friends. Not that he doesn't like I said before. It's just like Ty's friendly, but he doesn't feel the need to be everyone's friend. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like he's friendly. He tries to stay polite with people, but he's also like in his head going, yeah, I don't need to be that person's friend. But I think I don't know why this decision is also kind of hard for me. I think it's okay for say over that one, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna leave it at that, but Ty's cool. Ty's chill. Ty is fashionable. I saw this video today that was like fashionable versus stylish. So I think currently I'll say he's fashionable, but he's going to get stylish when he's older. Anyway, I think I'll just leave it at this for now, even though I'm hesitating so much. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. Yeah. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressed it to your ear. Lee, finally. Who is it? Jones residence, Tyrone speaking. Hello? Let's see. Answering the phone. He didn't check the thing. And you might do it just as a joke to be like, I know it might not do the thing, but this is the ringtone of incoming call. He might do this one. I think he's more likely to just say hi or to do this one. I think he's gonna do this one because even though it's like formal, I think he's goofing. In my head, this is him goofing off a little bit, but also just in case it is the wrong person. You're greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom set a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. I think Ty thinks it makes sense. I think he's like, yeah, because what if someone else calls and then you have the phone in your room and then yeah. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Yeah, that's a very Ty thing to think because he's also very neat. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. All right, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too. My parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great. But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? Too bad that's so far away. Yeah, I think he's gonna go with it. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least I said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfortable. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School is such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried. You worked as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all in school. Your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Okay. So Ty is one of these two. So like, I don't know. So honors classes, right? In my script in high school, they're in high school, but he has one honors class, and the rest are non-honors class. I'm pretty sure. He's honor English, which I guess he's pretty good at English. I never really realized that. Yeah, he has one honors class. It's the English class. So I feel like it's got to be one of these two. Because I just feel like it's got to be one of these two. But think about my other characters. Miles has to be one of these two because Miles, it does like his grades get kind of bad. He does try. No, we're looking at Ty. We're thinking about Ty, but I gotta sometimes like think about my other characters. You never tried that much, but you didn't do that bad. Oh, so it's someone. I think it was probably Sabrina. She doesn't have honors classes, but I think she's decent at school, you know? Paisley and Sabrina, no, not Paisley, sorry. Paisley and Leilani are like one of these two because I do think they work hard, but I also don't think that things come that hard to them anyway. Yeah, and then okay, I think I'll just click this one. Me going through all the options and thinking about like all my other characters. You knew it was important and you wanted to do well. Frustratingly, even your best didn't seem to quite ever be good enough. You didn't know how it could be harder. Wait, I just want to read this sentence real quick. You guessed that was reasonable enough. Wait. Okay, so they're gonna be something either way. But okay. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped you would do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit in Miles mode because Miles is the main character, so I sometimes my brain starts shifting a little bit and thinking about Miles because he's the main character of my story. But he's probably one of these two because at this point in his life, everything's getting like declining. He's declining on a lot of fronts. His best class is science. But he should probably be this one though, because when I think about it, he is in honors classes. Even if he's like, yeah, school sucks and I'm not doing that great in it. He's in honors classes, loser. I don't think he feels that much pressure about his grades. So he's just like, yeah, my grades will be fine. Probably. Yeah, I would just go with this one. You could definitely turn things around from here on. Wait, let me see if it was this one. Grades aren't the most important thing, no matter how good or bad they ended up being. Yeah, I'll go with that one. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Let's see. I'm looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful. I hate going. Come on, it's too scary to not think about it. We'll say this one like as because I think Ty's kind of mid on school, but I think mid on school. What do you mean? But I think he's like, school. But we'll say this because everyone likes to have some fun and like just feels like even if they're being serious, it's the more sillier option.
Yeah.
Everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. Cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. It's the easy way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. I think that's what Ty sees in school as. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. Oh, the other one's gone now. I knew I would have said. Oh, right, there was nothing good about my school. Learning things can be cool. Gym is pretty great, though. Cafeteria. Ty's not going to say that because I don't think he's that athletic. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. Like, that's saying they could improve, right? Learning new things can be cool. Lucky, mine's boring. Learning new things, he probably can say that. He probably can think, like, because he's a filmmaker. Where's he gonna learn all this film stuff if not at school? I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
All right.
Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about the summer first, before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies. Reading. I'm going to catch up on movies and TV. I'll probably spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything. It's a vacation. Okay, so Ty, as one of these two, he likes hanging out with his friends and people, but he's also probably one of... Leilani would click this one. Leilani likes to read. Leilani's a reader. Leilani reads. Okay, we're gonna say this one for Ty because I think he's most likely my only character who would. Cause like Paisley's probably one of these two. Ryan's this one. Miles might be that one. I say might because he doesn't do like art in the normal sense. Kia does. Kia probably got some new art supplies. Anyways, I'll say this one. I need to do that too. The one I clicked was the movies and TVs one, sorry. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Creepy, mean, weird, kind of interesting. Ty's gonna say he's mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough. Sorry, I thought I heard something. But I don't know where from. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You practically give all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. You got me. Yeah, that's a special case. I don't give him all my attention. You weren't able to say anything to that. I'll say funny, everyone's already ragging. Everyone already knows. Okay, for Ty, I think he's between just like kind of a ... yeah, and the I don't. I know I'm running out of saves. We'll say I don't give him all my attention because it's so like defensive, like but like you know, I think there's a scene I have where he chases his sister around because she's taunting him about his crush. But anyways, Lee laughed at your denial, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. Okay. Let's... Okay, I'll just save with that one. That one's fine to save over. It's fine. But I gotta decide if... He does kind of default to sorries, but this is his sister. But he also kind of defaults to sorries. Let's see. Sorry for being long. We'll see if I save the other one.
Bye.
Okay. I'll say sorry for being long because yeah. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whistled his handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were... Let me reread the thing, because my brain is slowing down. Okay. Sometime later, it got dark outside. You laid in bed awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and an open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed, curious. Confused. I think Ty's confused. It'd be confused or curious, and I think he's confused. What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could, didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out. His arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside.
Hey.
What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing. My dreams have come true. Okay. Ty's a jokester and a little bit. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Sorry, I almost started without my mic on. But should I have put the be right back screen up? I probably should have, but it was quick, so it's probably okay. Sorry, I had to go check something with my family. Anyway, okay, so, right, he ties a little bit jokestery, so he's definitely gonna say one of these two. Definitely gonna say one of these two. Oops, I didn't mean to right click. I accidentally right click things sometimes. I don't mean to. So sometimes the save screen is just gonna pop up because I accidentally clicked it. But, so you gotta think about it in some of my other characters. Ty's the most likely to say these two. I think since, wait, he seems, Miles is more likely to be one of these two. Leilani is this one. She might do this one. Leilani's one of these two. Paisley is probably one of these two. So then I'm fine to go this one. I don't think Ryan's gonna say this. So I'm fine to go this one because I think it's like teasing enough that it's probably Ty. I think. See, sometimes I have to go through my other characters and what they would do to know which answer to choose. And that's the fun part about this. Is that it's like, okay, well, what would my other characters say? And then it's like, okay, well, this is the only character who would say this, so that's why I should choose it. Yeah. I needed to talk to you and couldn't wait until tomorrow. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, your touch code felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? Sorry. You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. I would have done that too. You didn't comment. Yeah, I don't think Ty's gonna say anything. He's gonna continue his story. That's like a minor detail. Like, so he eavesdropped a little. There were other things to talk about. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm clearing my throat. I should not be doing that. Let me drink some water. Also, I just tapped the mic. I hope that's okay. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. Yeah, it's like probably a little stressful, but I'm just noticing his shirt. Never eat soggy waffles. And it's also got the like northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. So it has a compass. That's what it's called. Sorry, I'm side railing. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Hi.
It's so... His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You didn't know what to say. Oh, these are all pretty decent. What would Ty say? They might... I know I'm out of save spots now. I'll have to start saving over stuff. Yeah, I think he's gonna say there's nothing wrong with feeling bad. Though, I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think of what my other characters would say just in case, because I think Paisley might say that. Oh, but this one says I'm sorry. I said I would lead towards I'm sorry's when they were there. Wait. Okay. It says I'm sorry, but I'm. Okay, so the thing is, I know for a fact that Miles is gonna say this, and that's the kind of way Miles comforts. He's like, "Hey, that's normal. That is a normal thing." You know, like, because there's a scene where Miles does comfort someone sort of like that. Well, kind of, sort of, like, not like this, but like, it's a spoiler for my script, but it's fine. Okay, so like, the person basically ended up crying to Miles's mom. Miles wasn't there for that, but they did mention it. They're like, yeah, because Miles was like, oh my gosh, Miles was something embarrassing, and they're like, no, I was the one being embarrassing. And did that happen, and then he's like, oh, yeah, I ended up like crying in front of your mom, and Miles is like, oh, are you okay? Like, what happened? Like, that was his first reaction, and this person's like, you're not weirded out? I cried to your mom. And Miles is like, why would I be? I cried to my mom. So, you know, that's like a Miles thing to say. I think so. It's harder to think because they're all. I think they lean towards. I think a lot of my characters lean towards this one. We can deal with this. It's like a together thing. I think Kia might say this one. It's hard to imagine the scene on Indifferent. Sorry, like I just like thinking about it, like, cause like Yanin, it's different. Like, dang, he has someone to talk. He needs someone to talk. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't words. Anyways, I think Ryan also would say something like this because he also has a scene that's like, "Hey, your feelings are feelings. You can, it's okay." So, yeah. But so when it comes to Ty, I have to decide if how direct he is about it because he doesn't want people to feel bad about things. That's like he doesn't want people to feel bad about things. That's Ty for you. He's like, how can we get out of this without people feeling bad about things? So this is why I'm leaning towards this one, but this one says I'm sorry, so I'm leaning towards this one too. And I'm not sure if this is too direct for Ty. But now I gotta, you know what? I think, okay, because I'm trying to think of a scene where he is comforting someone. See, I'm trying to say someone. So, I have so many characters. I have like 7 characters but in the story. In particular. So I'm thinking about a scene where he's comforting someone, and I think, well, he didn't. None of these is what this is the right path of what he said. But I think this is the closest to the vibe of it. If that makes sense. But the thing is that the way they talk in my story, is they're a little bit like, hey, it's okay. Why would that be an issue? And that's why I'm leaning towards this one again. Like, why would that? It's like, okay. Oh my gosh, I get stuck. Okay, he's most of my characters would probably say this one, so I probably should say this one. But time. Let me ask my coin real quick. Does my coin think I should stay faithful to the sorry? It does. Okay, we're gonna say sorry. I'm here for you. The tense line of Ko's shoulders eased. Thanks, that makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Ty? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
Sorry. I don't even know if you can hear that, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. You meant it. Yeah, I'm okay. You didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? Okay. Ty, our little friend Ty. Is Ty okay? Is Ty okay? Let's read that. So, let's see. This is in. Ty, it's leaning towards this one, but also this one. It's like, cause Ty doesn't like keeping the focus for very long. I know, he's a film major. Why does he not like? He's a behind the scenes film major, okay? He doesn't like being the attention. So he's not going to say anything that brings too much attention for himself, and that's what I think these ones he would feel like saying those would do. Like, he's not gonna say he's not okay. He's never gonna say he's not okay. I don't know. Just cross it off. And then things are kind of bad for everyone. That puts too much like putting himself in there. So yeah, he's either gonna be one of these or one of these. But I don't know if this will be. But he was asked a direct question. But he doesn't like answering direct questions. I'm realizing as I'm playing this game. I don't know how much Ty actually answers questions. He's kind of a, what do you call it? Like someone who can like avoid things, like swiftly switch the swap and the flip and the flop. And that was the words. Okay. But I don't know. But he might be surprised by a question like that. Like, you know, he's just like, are you okay? Okay, wait. The handy dandy coin flip. It says this one right here. So we'll say who, me. And if I don't like it, I can rewind. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with a smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I don't think I want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lip thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course. You can always stay here, Cove. Sorry, I was thinking about Leilani for a second, because I'm leaning toward that one. I know, now I'm thinking about Leilani. How often do I bring up her? I feel like I do enough, but also not very. But anyways, so the thing about Leilani is that she probably would say this, but this is because like she wants to go through the proper avenues of like you don't have a change of clothes here, and no one knows that you're here. But she's fine with him staying in a general sense, you know. I think this is which one Ty will say though. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? So this one could also work. But I think that's more of a Ryan thing to say, which is funny because they're the trio you meet. So there's 3 types of people in the world now, because I've split them up. I think Kia is also this one, or maybe Kia is this one. Yeah, Kia might be this one. I think Miles might be this one, and Paisley is probably this one, and Sabrina is probably this one. I know they're leaning towards this one, but like, because I thought about this one a little bit for Paisley, but I don't think she actually cares. I mean, I think so I think she would just be a little bit like, your parents need to know where you are. But she also understands not wanting, because she probably would just leave and go somewhere. But like Paisley, her dad's always at work, and she actually stays mostly with her uncle. Her uncle is the one who's at home most of the time. It's her dad, her uncle, and her. And she would totally pull this stunt of just leaving and going to someone's house because she got into a fight with her uncle. She would do that. So I think she would be on this one. That's why. But I'm not talking about Paisley. We're playing as Ty right now. So what's this one? You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight, somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Let's see. You smiled at him gently. You put a hand on his shoulder. You patted his back. You hugged him. You took his hand in yours. You nudged him with your foot. Okay, gotta cycle through my characters for this one. No, I want to. I think Leilani's this one. Or this one. I think Ryan is one of these two. Oh, I guess, no, I think Paisley's probably this one. Sabrina and Miles are probably this one. Or maybe Sabrina is probably one of these two. And then Ty is one of these two. This one or this one. I see the hard part. The hard part is that I'm a huggy person. In my head, hugs make the world go round. So then I have to go, is it because it's me or not? But see, because I think Ryan hugs people without hesitation. Kia's one of these two. So there's a lot of people who would hug, but there's a decent, okay. Okay, so I think Ty's one of these two. I know, I'm silly. Okay, we will. I just remembered a scene I saw someone play. That must be one of the DLCs, because I was like, what happened? I was thinking, I thought it was gonna be reading. I thought it was gonna be reading with the flashlight. But obviously it's none of that. But okay, so Ty, they're close, so he might just do the hug. I know, I'm going back and forth. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll do. I saved already, right? I'll flip my coin. The coin keeps saying tell, so I might need to refresh my coin. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your dark brown skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight, blinking a couple times, clearing the sleep from your eyes. before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. COVID crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed up before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer, until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there in the morning. What would Ty do? Oh, sorry, I read these really fast in my head. Cove, you laughed out loud. You jumped out of bed. You froze. I don't think, Ty might laugh, actually. Ty is kind of a laughy person. He might be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we did that. Lol. You know, I think that's what John Ty is. I think Miles is freezing. Or jumping out of bed. Miles is a panicky person sometimes. Did I click on the right one? I just wanted to make sure. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clambered a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather gracefully. You laughed even more. Are you okay? You helped him up. Shh, my moms are gonna hear us. Ty's gonna help him up. Here. Cove complied by putting his hand in yours, and then you helped him back into a sitting position. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before moms hear you. You didn't say anything. He's going to say it's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded. His shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh. I gotta do something about that. I gotta do something about that. Can I do something about that? Because I created. Should I start like doing something? Cause I keep getting those chats that are like cheap viewers on blah. I'm like, how do I stop that? Is that a ban? Do I need to send that somewhere? I don't really know. Anyways, let me carry on and I'll figure it out later, I guess. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Ty. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words on top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested he sneak out the door instead. You urged him to hurry up. Let's wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down on top of the garage and then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You have to admit, you're pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, you just left. Ty's gonna make his bed. I think Ty is a neat person, and I think he's actually someone who does make his bed. Looks at my not made bed. It was a habit of yours. You straightened up your sheets and smoothed over your comforter and fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, her lips pursed together even tighter. Tyrone? You shrugged it off. You clammed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry. You excitedly blurted it out. You folded. Me just saving over saves. I think he's gonna shrug it off. I know I said that he goes for sorries, but this implies telling it. And like I said, I think Ty can keep a secret. And again, I know that one time, he did tell what happened when they were playing as kids. But that was because he couldn't solve the problem himself. He tried to be the peacemaker and like, oh yeah, this, and oh yeah, that, things they were saying, but he was like, no, so they can handle, and that's when you bring in outside forces. But this, I don't think he's going to, say anything. But I think he's not going to say wouldn't you like to know, not because he wouldn't say that to a family member, to a sister, to a sibling, but because I don't think he wants to bring more attention to it, you know, like, that's like, okay, that's going to rile her up and it might become a back and forth, but we're gonna go with this one and hope that it stays. Yeah, I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you, but you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. I don't know why I'm thinking about Elizabeth hanging out with her friends, like both when it said it earlier on and like right now. It's making me think of this webtoon I'm reading, or was reading. I gotta catch up on it. But it's called Post Harbor, and it's also, and it takes place in a beach town. But like I keep thinking about like in the earlier chapters where the sister was like hanging out with some of the people in the town. Not the main character's sister, but the friend he makes sister, and then they all become. Anyways, I'm not gonna spoil it. If you want to go read it, it's on Webtoon. It updates like twice a month. It's like every other Friday it currently updates, but it's on season 2 right now. Anyways, when I think about Elizabeth going to hang out with her friends, that's what I think about. Her name was Riv. Her name was River. And so Riv for short. But yeah, she hung out with people on the beach. And I don't know, I keep thinking about that. Today you were extra glad for it. Though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. And they had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Oh, they eat good. That's a full breakfast. Oh, I want that now. Let's see. You took a little bit of everything. You passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some parts because you're trying to avoid animal products. Oh, that's very nice, very inclusive of them. They're like, you don't have to eat it. Cause yeah. Anyways, I haven't thought that much about it for my characters. But anyway, so he's just gonna eat all of it. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Wow, step 1. Step 2. Is step 2 longer than step 1 was? The opening? I can't tell. I guess there was the in-between and the closing scene. The epilogue. The closing scene? I don't know. Anyways, as you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. Well, appearance-wise, it does make sense that she was Cove's mom. Plus, we just heard that she was going to be coming by, but she came back quickly. Goodness. I'm trying to decide a little bit how far. I don't know how much longer it is. That is okay. It's okay. I did one session of Now and Forever that was actually like 4 hours, because like I did like an hour something and then my internet cut out, and then I was like, well, anyways, and I went back on and I did like another 3 hours. So it's only been 3 hours. I can go a little bit longer, I suppose, since plans have changed for the day. Let's see. She felt so different to Cove. She does have a different vibe, but also she looks like his mom. It made sense. She felt so different. It makes sense. They had the same eyes and other physical. Oh my gosh, I can read. I can't. Why did I struggle with that? They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned that she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me, did I say that? Priest? You can call me Kyra. Oh yeah, look at her bracelets. She's got like a lot of them. They're nice. Maybe Ty should have thought she was pretty. Ty likes dressing up and stuff. You shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand. She shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Tyrone, but you already knew that. No, but you already know that.
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Ty. Well, Tyrone. I'm gonna default to calling him Ty because I call him Ty for short. Because that's his nickname. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. You kept quiet. He's gonna say nice to meet you too. He's not. Is he curious? Yes. But is he going to ask? No. So it's just gonna say nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. But just in case I decide to take a look at it later. Just in case. Well, nah. I know, Ty's not a prior. He doesn't pry, and that's the problem with him. He's like, people will tell me things if they want to, and that's his problem. I'm curious though. I'm curious what she would say to that. But anyways, yeah, we're gonna go with the nice to meet you too, because I do think that's how he would say. Like, he's thinking about it, but you know, he also doesn't want to. Yeah, I think Miles might, but not like intentionally. More like a, oh wow, really? Like what? The sound of the I can read. Give me a second. Let me drink some water. Excuse me. Sorry. Pardon me. That's what I mean to say. The sound of the door opening and closing caught both of your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming on the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Tyrone. Oh my gosh, let me try to read that again. I don't know why I started slipping up on the reading. Gotta do more enunciation practices, like red leather, yellow leather. Okay. Hey, you should come with us, Tyrone. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Oh, did I whisper that too quietly? I guess some of the character I whispered. I don't know if that got picked up. Should I say it again? What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she'd found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. Pamela? Oh my gosh, is it Pamela? Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid, Tyrone. And I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. I don't know if I'm doing these voices different enough. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry if they all sound the same. I am doing a little, like, in my motion, I'm a little bit different. Like, when I read Mom/Pamela, I'm leaned towards the right. When I read Ma, whose name I have blinked on right now, I lean towards the left. And I stay in the middle, maybe lean a little bit forward a little bit when I read for Kyra. And I hope that's making at least a little bit of a difference in my voice, even if it's not. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Ty, Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised I'd take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Aw, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind if Tyrone went I can read. Would you mind if Tyrone went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. Your moms gave a look and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. Yeah, because that saves him trouble. He's happy that they're letting him go. You could tell that, oh my gosh, you could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It was kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. What about you, Tyrone? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You nodded. Yeah, let's go sure, because Ty's like, alright, well, Cove doesn't want to do it, so I will, this is what I'm here for. That's what I think that. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going to be through a phase over there. Going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Okay. The Chinese restaurant, the tropical themed place. You insisted Cove contribute to the decision. You insisted Kyra decide. So the thing here is that he's not Sorry, I just saw something that I missed earlier. But, oh shoot. Okay, so the thing here, he's not gonna have Cove do it. He's not gonna have Cove do it. But also, I'm stuck on what he would actually pick. I'm not fully sure which one he would prefer between the tropical place and the Chinese restaurant. I do remember seeing this part of the thing though, and because as I mentioned, I've seen bits and pieces of a different streamer play it on YouTube, and she went with the tropical themed place, which makes me want to lean away from choosing it just for the fact that I know what it looks like. But I also think that they were both a little bit happy about that one, which makes me want to click it, but I don't want to like default to it. But Ty's already presented two options. He's already presented the options. I don't know if it's just like okay. So he might ask her to pick one simply because he's already presented two options and I don't want to pick. Because I don't know. Let's have Kyra decide between the two of them. I've already tried both, so I've already tried both. You should be the one that chooses. Who chooses? You're so polite. All right, let's hit up the fancy tropical place. I'm intrigued. Will you show us the way? Yeah, that's also solid reasoning that I think he might go, because he can go to either place at any time, you know. You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to the side of her. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Tyrone? Shoot, I have no idea. Just water, soda, milk, juice, coffee. Let's go juice. Which flavor? Orange, apple, lemonade. See, if I choose apple, is that just me? Is that just me talking? Is that just me talking? I like apple juice. We'll let him like apple juice. You know, I gotta give your character some stuff about you. Sure. Kara placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered, and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. I wonder what kind of drink you choose says about you. Cause it's like, you know, obviously that's the first thing you do. You choose a drink, but in Now and Forever, you also get to go to a restaurant and choose a drink. That's a wide range of options. And that was the last of my water. Okay, soon the meals too were ordered. All right, so I read that. Yep, I read that. I'll read it again anyway. And the menus were taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off. Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
What's a few things you're into? There's got to be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Okay, I like to read. I like to watch. Games are fun. I like to play. Games are fun. I like to play. Blah, blah, blah. I hang out with people. I go to the beach and I'm into sports like music. I spend time on art. I write a few things. I still spend time studying. Fashion. Oh yeah, I think this is one of the options that you can choose multiple ones too, like the one that earlier when you were talking about the friend, with your cousin. Okay, we'll start with fashion. He does. I think he loves all of these, so I gotta choose one. But right now, he's not gonna. Yeah, so close. Oh, I didn't read those. I love shoes. I love makeup. I love jewelry, clothes, and it could just be like. I think he does like jewelry though. No, okay, clothes. Understandable. I just love the way fashion lets you express yourself no matter who you are. He's not gonna say it right now because in his head he's not allowed to. Jewelry, maybe. Yeah, I'll do jewelry too. Ah, yes, it's hard to resist those little shiny treasures. She lifted her wrist as a joke, jingling the mini bracelets that were hanging around it. And I like to watch TV. It's pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? Movies. Kyra nodded her head, and you guess she must like that too. Oh, that makes sense if he likes all of these. I guess I could have just clicked Anne. Okay, so stand-up comedy, because he's a jokester. I can see him liking stand-up comedy. Cool. This is probably like a one. Plays. That's very interesting. Okay, and I think I'll say he writes things because I'm a scriptwriter. A fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? Kyra sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. He probably does like playing games, but I don't know. Well, you know, I can. I wonder if scripts would be an option. Let me see. I was gonna see real quick if scripts is an option. It's not. Like, probably does read some of that stuff, but let's see. What about the games? Board games, video games, card games. Where's video game, card game? Board games is a canon for the whole group because even though some of them wouldn't exist, the first time I created these characters, it was a short story, and it was like board games and bendy straws, where those are things that they really were into. Yeah, I can see him liking all this. Okay. I like to play board games. That's great. We should play a game together sometime. Video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. Card games. I like card games too. Maybe we can all play together sometime. And that'll be... Well, he does go to the beach. I don't know. I feel like I'm extending this longer than I need to, but I just want to see her quick. The sandcastles, swim, look for seashells. Oh, okay. Look for seashells because that is like something that is canonically there, and we'll keep it going through because he mentioned that earlier on, and then he has all that collection of seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. And we'll say that much. I don't think we need to say every single thing. Yeah, that's funny.
Thanks.
I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and he glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a new relationship now? Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? Okay, Ty's not gonna ask that. No, see, the thing about Ty is he's good not getting the details, and maybe that's really for some. But like he's like, look, it's not my business because like even if he's curious, if he's not going to ask in an awkward situation. And this is an awkward situation. He's not going to ask any prying questions. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? So you might ask where you live normally. Well, she mentioned she lives in the city, but we'll ask that. And then just, you couldn't bring yourself to ask another question because he's not going to ask these two questions. Nevada, have you been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him. You smiled at him. You gave him a sympathetic look. You flicked your straw paper at him. You left him alone. Okay, I'm gonna save right here. That's fine. Okay. I think Ty's one of these two. I don't know how this will come across though. So like, well he could, okay. Okay, let's go through other characters. Ryan is gonna do this one. Miles is gonna do this one. Leilani is either this one or that one. Paisley's either this one or this one, I think. Sabrina is either this one this one or this one. And then Kia is probably the silly face. So that didn't help me narrow it down. Thanks, guys. Thanks for that. We'll try this one, but I might rewind and do this one just because I'm curious what the next one will be. That's what I'll do. I'll do the one line. Oh, or should I flip a coin? Me and my coin flips. Oh, the coin also says I should do this one. The rapper hit Cove on the nose. You had to bite down on your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
And you two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Mom, why would you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks, we are cute. You just laughed. From one answer to the next. This game is full of so many choices. Some of them I'm gonna freeze up on. Okay, what would Ty do? He's not gonna feel bothered. I'm trying to figure it out. I know I should okay, my thoughts on this. I think Ryan would say this. I think he would, and he would mean it wholeheartedly. I think Miles is this one. So I guess that leaves Ty for this one. Okay, I think Paisley is gonna be between these two. And I was considering one of these two for Ty. This is an option, but I think I'll set that weird. Okay, well he'll just laugh. That was definitely unexpected, and there didn't seem to be any other way you could react. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you've had to bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that hadn't been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? Cove's eyes began to shake. His frustration ebbed. I do want to be around you, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together, He seriously pondered the amount. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean,
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
no.
Cove had snapped the word instantly. Wait. Can you guys hear that? Whoops. No, it's not meant to do. I meant to configure. Yeah, the voice is still. I wasn't sure if it was loud enough. Because I don't read what they say when they say it out loud, because they say it. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's all right.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Tyrone. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family, and Tyrone too.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. You nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Tyrone. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay, there we go. Oh look, this is if you got the Derek DLC. Which maybe I'll get it and then play Miles, but not right now because no, he's just more energy, high energy, low energy pairs. But so the moments here are wave, growing, family, dinner, and road trip. I will be stopping here though because oh wait. Do I still? Oh, I do still have that one. I'll save it right here. Yeah, I'll save it right here. I guess I still have these two empty slots too. But anyways, okay, so we'll be doing some of these next time. I don't know how many. This this stream was pretty long, so maybe I can get through all of them. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll only do 2. Oh wait, no, wait. Plans are moved to tomorrow. Oh, I don't stream tomorrow. I forgot. I don't stream again until next Monday, in theory. Okay. In theory, because okay, so knock on wood, this doesn't happen, but my laptop might break by September 1st because I have to move it. And if it does break, then I will not be playing the games I'm currently playing. I will move to oh, I feel weird. Sorry. Go to the menu. So that's something to look at. Okay. So, September 1st, I'll find out what my status on my laptop is. If worst comes to worst for my laptop, I will start streaming on mobile and I will play Identity V. I do have it. I wasn't sure how to do it because I was suggested to play it a little while ago. And I have started it myself on my own time. And I was going to see if I could share the screen so that way my PNG tuber would still be visible. I know it's technically also a computer game, but I think it'd probably be too heavy to play on my computer. I don't know anything about it on the computer though. Anyways, but yeah, so if worst comes to worst for my laptop, then I will play Identity V and probably other mobile games until I can get a new one. Till then, but as of now, the plan is that I will be playing Our Life next Monday, where I will pick up on those moments. It's fun. Gallery. Oh yeah, we got the. Oh, I guess we could take a look at the appearance, but like there. Oh, the shirt's different. What? Why is the shirt different? What'd I do wrong? Pants 1A, pants 1B, pants 2A, pants 2B. I think he was wearing this. Oh, that's I know my left from right. And he was wearing that. Interesting. Was he wearing a necklace? No, yes, no. I don't remember. Wait. Hair 1, hair 2. Oh, I do like hair 1 better. But I'm very curious on how the options like affect these things. Anyways, this is what he currently looks like. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's the pajamas. Oh, there's different pajamas too? Oh. Oh, I haven't gotten to jacket. I wonder which one he'll have in my game. But anyway, this is just for that, right? Yeah, there we go. Now it looks exactly like how it was in the game. But anyways, what was I saying? Alright, so then on Thursday I will continue playing Taylor Tales, which I have been playing. It's just I took them off because I don't think I tagged them right. I'm not sure for sure, see. But well, that's a lot of images I can get. Only one of them says DLC. Wait, does that mean? No, I don't know. Anyways, I forgot what I was saying. Taylor Tales Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know if it'll take all 3 days to finish the route I'm playing, but that's what the plan is for that day. For those 3 days right now, it's to keep playing Taylor Tales. If you want to watch what I've played so far, those are on my YouTube channel. I have a specific playlist for it, but it's also just on my VODs playlist, which I'm so great at this. Right. Okay, let me get you the link for my VODs playlist in case you want to hop over and watch that. I'll be working on uploading part 3. I've done 3 ones. I'll be working on uploading part 3 today. And then tomorrow I should upload this video. Then I'll be pretty caught up, and then from going forth it'll tend to be like probably after I finish. Wait, do you want my VODs playlist or you want the Taylor Tales playlist? I'll get both. So here's my VODs. Oops, I didn't do that. My finger slipped. Can I delete that? I don't think I can. Apologies. Okay, I was supposed to be hitting the apostrophe, but it's right next to the enter button. Here's my VODs playlist. So all my VODs, in case you didn't see the other parts of me playing this, or you're curious what other games I've been playing, there's the VODs playlist. And then I'll also share my Taylor Tales playlist, because that's what I was just talking about. If you want to catch up before Thursday, where I'll be back. I'll be back in Taylor Tales. I'll be back and I'll continue playing it on Thursday. And yeah. So that's that. I think that's everything that needs to be said. But yeah, check out my VODs if you missed the previous versions of this one, or if you just want to see what else I play. Then there's the Taylor Tales playlist if you want to just go catch up before Thursday, because Thursday I will be part 4. And hopefully I will be able to continue this game on Monday. I want to keep playing, but I've been on for a really long time. 4 hours. Oh wow. Okay. So yeah, that's that. And see you guys Thursday. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice rest of your day. Goodbye. Goodbye.